What's up everybody and welcome back to the channel. Going to do a quick audio test just to make sure I got everything up and running. I'm checking the stream out too. I'm using my tablet to make sure everything's up and running before we get to what this video is about. Testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, checking my audio. Okay. Audio sounds good. I am monitoring the stream on a TV and my tablet so I can figure out if it goes down at any point, which it could. If not, let's get going. So, I had a family member reach out and asking me to build her a computer. This computer is basically for content creation like Adobe, Illustrator, Photoshop, and whatnot. So I'm like, okay, I'll help you out. Like, I cannot pass up building a computer. I just can't. So, and I'm thinking, well, I do some very small content creation myself, like doing my shirts and cups and whatnot, these kind of videos. So I kind of have an idea of what to spec out for parts for a computer that can, for creation thoughts, right? Not necessarily, not gaming. So this is more of a creation build to run Adobe and stuff. And I'm like, Adobe is a good entry point to potentially lead to live streaming or YouTube videos or whatnot. So I wanted to make sure she was set up for anything that she wants to do, she can do it. This computer won't stop her. Learning the programs might stop her, signing up OBS or streaming, if she so decides. But as long as she knows how to do Photoshop and Illustrator, she'll be fine. And this computer will run it smoothly. So, let's go through the parts I picked out, and then we'll get to building it. So, from experience, I recently did my computer, so I like AMD. I like AMD processors. So I picked her up Ryzen 7 5800X. It's a 8-core 16-thread. It's currently what I have in my computer, and I'm currently recording and streaming both on my computer right now for this particular video, so I know this CPU can handle both. The quality of the stream might not be good, but that has to do with my internet. I don't have high up bandwidth, so but it's not my computer that's slowing me down. It's internet, and there's nothing I can do about that. So I went with the Ryzen 7. Why I have? It's awesome. Now, this next part, most people would think, well, that's an overkill. I went with 4 sticks of 32 gigabytes of RAM. Most people say, oh, you only need 8 or 16 gigabytes. And I would say yes, if you're gaming. But if you're doing content creation on any front, whether it's Adobe or Vegas Pro or OBS, more RAM for the computer to use helps. And I'm running 32 gig in my system too, so like I'm probably streaming right now uses up 50% of this, so that'll be 16 gigs just to stream. She might not stream, and that's okay, but if she wanted to, she could. So we went with 32 gigs. There are 4 sticks of RAM, so we'll be putting that in. I have thermal paste at home. Thermal paste here at home. I Thermal Grizzly. I use it on my CPUs. It's really good premium thermal paste. And then the motherboard. I went with an ASRock X570 board. I really like ASRock boards. They're very functional to setting up the BIOS and stuff, and I do plan on doing a second stream of how to set this computer up software wise, going into BIOS, making sure everything's set up, installing all the programs that a person could possibly use for stuff. So, but I like the ASRock boards. They're really user friendly. I've had other boards which are nightmares, but I have a few computers with this type of board. An X570, this is the lower one on the 570s. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles, like it doesn't have Wi-Fi, but it has a spot for Wi-Fi. So she can always upgrade to Wi-Fi later. But the main reason I wanted this one was for PCI lanes. I want full PCI lanes for the graphics card and the storage, so she can get that fast speed for the computer. And I don't want to go too techy into the descriptions of things, so we'll just leave it at that. I got this board because it was a fast board so things can work fast. Now for graphics, people might say, why do you need a graphics card for content creation? Well, most content creation stuff runs half and half, depending on how many layers it runs off the graphics card. So you want a fast graphics card. So this is a high end. This is a 37 Ti. It has ray tracing. If you were a gamer, that would matter. If not, that's irrelevant. But this is a 37 Ti, has the same performance as the 3080, which is, we're almost at the very top end of graphics cards that we can go. And the thing with this is, this whole computer should last at least 10 years without having to really do any sort of upgrades. The only upgrade a person might have to do was if they need more storage, which is reasonable. But graphics cards don't come out that often, and right now there are new cards coming out, but they're not out yet. But yet you never really want to get technology that's just coming out unless you're a real enthusiast who likes to work out bugs to figure out why something isn't working. So all these components are stable. So this is the latest card you can get that will be stable, extremely high performance, should last 10 years at least. I would even push to say 12 to 15. If anything, this computer, you might need to get a new graphics card in about 10 years time. But yet, because this is such a high-end graphics card, by the time programs catch up to needing this kind of power, you're like 10 years out at least. So this computer will last a very long time if well maintained and stuff. So that's why I went with this. I'm actually running a 37 Ti in my rig too, but I have an Asus graphics card. This is an MSI. It doesn't really matter when it comes to graphics cards on name brands. MSI, Asus, EVGA, they're all really good name brands. I was going for price to performance. This one was $850, I think. The one I have is $900, but at the time it was $850. So you think of a price point, see what's on sale at that time, and you grab that. So that's what I did. Came close to actually grabbing an actual 3080, but if I missed the window by 2 days on that sale. But it doesn't matter because you look for the price point, and wherever is cheap in that price point that you're aiming for, whether it's a 3070 Ti, 3080, it doesn't matter. And I know I'm just rambling. Okay, what do we got here? We got storage. So I went with 3 storage configuration because I couldn't decide. Okay, I did know for sure I wanted an NVMe SSD as a boot drive. So this drive right here is only going to hold Windows. It's a 500 gig, but this is for Windows. I could have got 200 gig, but Windows is actually, with all the updates and stuff, is getting larger files. So this is strictly for Windows. That way, for example, say you get a virus or something and you need to reformat your computer, you can unplug these other two drives and just format just this drive and not lose any of your personal information. So this drive is specifically for boot applications, programs, runs extremely fast. Now, this one is a 1 terabyte, 1 terabyte drive SSD. So when you go to, like, say you're saving something in My Documents, My Videos, or whatever, those kind of folders, that will all be put on to this drive. And then say you end up doing video recording, you have these very large files, because Photoshop and Illustrator, picture files are small. Video files like this one is large. Like, I'm going to be estimating like this stream itself is going to be around close to 10 gigabytes. So that's why I went with a regular old hard drive. This is a spinning disk hard drive, 2 terabytes, in case you need that extra large storage. But for like documents and everything, like project files, you could use this one, this SSD. And then large files you can put on the hard drive. And then this one is just, like I said, for Windows. I'll do another stream setting all this up software wise so everybody can see how to set up a computer after you build it. Okay, next up is fans. I bought extra fans for the case. I have not brought the case up on the table yet. I'm trying to clear the table so I can bring the case last, so we can fully unbox it even. But the case I bought was a Cooler Master case, and it has pre-installed 3 intake fans on the front. So there's no exhaust fans. So I want 2 for the top and 1 for the back for exhaust, because the CPU I bought, it gets hot very fast, so I really want that airflow of in and out. That is also why I bought this huge cooler for the CPU. This keeps the CPU cool, so it runs. So this is a big CPU cooler. I've not dealt with this one yet. I hate coolers. If you ask me what part of the computer build that I always struggle with, it's always coolers. No matter what it is, I came to a custom of that's the part that's going to take me a while to do. So you all will have to just bear with me. So I got a Cooler Master cooler. I got a Cooler Master extra fans for the case. Just had to make sure I was recording too. And then here we have what's going to power all this. We got an 850 watt power supply. It's a gold standard. I'm pretty sure I picked out. Yeah, this is a fully modular, so you can change the cables if you want to, color preference, or just use as many cables as you actually need. So you might not need all of them, but 850 watt will give you enough power for everything. The graphics card requires a lot of power, and if you don't have a 850, it's kind of finicky, even though they recommend lower. 850 seems to be a minimum to what the graphics card actually needs to run. So there's the power supply. Oh yes, this piece. Graphic cards are now huge and heavy, so they have a tendency of sagging. So this is a graphics card bracket to keep the graphics card level. I overlooked this. I bought this like last minute because I totally forgot about it. Like, I have one in my computer even, because without it, graphics cards sag, so you kind of need that extra support. So this is a graphics card bracket. Okay, now that we got everything cleared, I'm going to bring up the case. And we're going to actually unbox the case and get it ready to put all these components in. So it's a Cooler Master Box ARGB. So there are some RGB elements to this. She could choose whether she has the lights on and off. I'm just thinking whether I want to have them already on. I'll have the lights on because I like lights. So yeah, this is a huge case, in my opinion. The reason I went for a big case was I realized with my case, my graphics card almost did not fit in my case. So I was trying to pay, when I was spec out these parts, I was making sure I could get a big case to hopefully hold the graphics card so the side panel could be on. I did not realize that might have been an issue. So that's why I picked this case. Bought it off Amazon. If anybody ever buys computer parts, computer cases, I recommend Amazon, free shipping. Everywhere else, like I was thinking of getting this precise case from Memory Express, but shipping for this case would have been $50 just for this case alone. So I mentioned to her that it's always best to pick it up in person because I actually had to open this box up alright to make sure that case wasn't damaged, because as you could tell, the box came broken. So delivery people have no problem just kicking boxes around, and if there was an actual computer in here, it could really have damaged the parts to a point where you would actually have to replace the parts. So I never recommend shipping a fully assembled computer. Make sure the person comes to pick it up or something, or give it to someone who's trustworthy to get to its destination, because we don't need stuff like this. Like I had to open this to make sure, because my heart was in my throat. It's like, oh dang, I hope this case isn't wrecked, and it isn't. It's fine. I checked it out. So let's open this box and take a look at this case. So far we've got an instruction manual. Let's take this plastic off carefully. Ouch! I zapped myself. Ah! This case is zappy. Okay, so as the front, it has a mesh panel on the front. It has a mesh filter on top that's magnetic. Let's see if I can. Keeps on zapping me. It has a tempered glass panel. I can touch it right now because there is a plastic thing that we can rip off later, which I'm not going to do till much later, or I might just wait for her to even do it. But yeah, there's a filter on top, magnetic, for airflow. Fans can be put up top, magnetic filter, which is nice. I really do like how wide this case is, though. I'm happy with how wide it is. We got our back panel, places for graphics card, power supply down below, side panel. Let's open this up. Come on. That one was easy to do. That one was a bit stiff. Okay, let's take a look out back, around back. Looks like we have a control hub. Sorry about that, just adjusting the lighting. So we have a control hub. I'm guessing that's for the front fans, possibly RGB, but I'll take a closer look at that later. We have our cables here. Doesn't look like they give us any Velcro cables, so. But I'm going to probably replace these plastic things and do some proper cable management, because I kind of have OCD when it comes to cable management. So let's flip this around. And let's take the front panel off. And I'm going to put this glass front panel on the box for now so I don't lose it or break it. Oh yeah, okay. So these screws don't come completely out. They just hang there, which is fine. And then it doesn't come. I don't know if anybody can see this. it just hangs right there, right? So then you just lift it up, which is nice. And then here's the inside of the case. So you can see in the front here, there are 3 pre-installed fans. So that's why I bought those extra fans, because I'm going to put 2 up top and 1 in the back. So basically in the front that's inflow, and it going up for outflow and the back for outflow. So then we have positive pressure. So and we got some pre-installed standoffs here, which is nice for the motherboard. So I don't need to add those in manually. And down, so the power supply is going to be covered by this shroud, which makes it more nice looking. So this computer should look clean because all the cables should be behind there. There'll be a few cables sticking out to connect to the motherboards and whatnot. So this should be a nice clean build if I have my way with it after. So let's see what's in this bag. So we got some zip ties, and looks some screws, and some other stuff, standoffs, and then we got our cables, front panel cable, fan cables. So we got USB 3 header there. Let's see, what else do we have? USB 3. This USB 3 is for the front panel. There's USB spots at the front. And then you got your power button. So one of these cables is for power. And then you got HD audio, which means the headphone jack would be usable. And then that's for the fans. And then that's okay, that's an RGB. Okay. I might not connect the RGB. I don't know if I'm going to have enough headers for the RGB, which is okay. But at least we got that cable. I want to make sure I got everything out that I need out. Like, we don't need the sand stuff in there. We don't need these twisties in there. Interesting. I never worked with this case before, so I'm just looking at this control panel on the back. Okay. Okay. So the case is done, I think. I'm actually going, how am I going to do this? I actually think I'm going to put the back on for now. Actually, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to put the back panel on for now because I'm going to lay it on its side so we can install the motherboard and whatnot. And then when I do cable management, I'll take it off again. It's very easy to come on and off. That way I just got something solid. I don't have to worry about the cables. Because right now we want to focus on the inside here. Actually, we're going to put it to the side for now. Because I have to prep the motherboard. Or should I prep the... Oh, I'm debating whether I want to put the fans in first, actually. I should put in the top fans. Because I'm going to have a big cooler for the motherboard. Okay, so we're going to finish prepping this case. I'm going to unbox the fans. So the 120 is going to go in the back, and the 140s are going to go up top. Now the reason I picked these fans is because they're the same fans that are on the front of this case. Oh, this is a hefty duty fan. I'm actually impressed. I never worked with these fans yet. But the cables are braided, and it has some heft to it. It's not like a light fan. So I'm not sure if the camera's going to be able to pick this up. So there's markings on the fans that tells you the direction of the fan. Yeah, I don't think the camera can pick it up. So basically the fan air goes this way and down. Yes. So go this way and then to the glass actually. So we want something like this. And there's a little thing in here to connect, I think to connect RGBs together. So I can daisy chain them. Oh yes, this. Well, actually talking to the mic. This little piece should daisy chain them together if I so chose to. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet. I haven't got to that process right now. I just want to get the fan installed. So I'm going to keep that in the Ziploc bag and keep it in the case. And then it comes with 4 screws that we're going to use to mount on the back here. And the case came with this package, and we got rubber standoffs to put with the screws, I'm thinking, for the case, so the vibration won't be that bad. So let's take this out. So I'm going to take one of these rubber things, I think. 1, 2, 3. Interesting. Or maybe it's not for this. Oh yeah, it is. I know the camera positions isn't the greatest right now. Bear with me. Now these can move up and down to how I position the fan. So basically you put the screw in. Or maybe not. I'm just wondering, we got 8 of these. If I just want to keep them from the top rather than the side. They really should have included more, because the potential fans is 1, 2, 3 up top, right? So I'm going to save those for the top, I think. I think that's where it matter most. That's if I remember by the time I get to the top fans. Oh well. It's not that big of a huge deal. It's more of a deal of which way I want to orient the fan. Okay, we got one fan installed. And I'm putting all the leftovers in the back in the box right away so I know where they are later, just in case I need to come across it for whatever reason. Now this is a larger fan, and it's for exhaust. And the only thing I need out of the packet are the screws. just grabbed my magnetic tray for screws. Well, that one didn't stay on. There we go. That way I can easily get my screws without having them all over the place. I'm actually going to take out both the fans right away because why not? That way it's out and ready to go. Because these are going up top. It's better to put them in now before the motherboard because I might not get access to where I need to screw these in. Because when I put the motherboard in, it's going to have a huge heat sink on it. So, yeah. So normally when I install fans, I always put the cables to the back and over. That way they're out of sight, out of mind. And of course I put the side panel on because I thought I was going to do the motherboard. So taking the side panel off again. And I'll probably end up doing this multiple times, making extra steps for myself. It's just what I do. Because I like to have this open area for my other hand. And I am actually going to put these knobular things up here, I think. Or maybe I should have put them on the back. I don't know. There we go. Yeah, they don't really fit up here. I should have put them on the back. Oh well, okay. So I'm putting the cables to the back, and then I'm going to screw it up here. Okay. I'm only doing 2 screws right now because I want to see where they all line up to. Because this is far back, but I might want to move this up a bit, and I haven't decided yet. I want to wait and see until I get this other one up there, see how I feel about it. So I think I put this fan too far back for my OCD. That's all it is, I'll be honest. Because this is a large case. I'm used to only having room for 2 fans, and there is, for example, if I put the fan here, there's a gap, which bugs me. So, like I said, this is definitely just a me OCD thing. So I'm going to move this fan over a little bit more. So I got all the screws in, but they're in lightly right now. That way I can adjust it to where I'm wanting it. So I'm going to try and not let my OCD take over too much. Okay, I think it's fine. I'm going to tighten the screws and then we'll move on. Okay, the fans are in. Just move these cables out of my way. Depending how long this takes me, I might not get to the cable management today. Okay, fans are in. Now I'm going to move this to the side and work on the motherboard. So we got the motherboard and then we got the CPU. Again, the CPU is a 5800X Ryzen 7 and 8 cores, 16 threads, and the motherboard is an X570 Phantom Gaming 4. And remember, this is for a content person to make use for Adobe and that kind of stuff, content creation, not gaming. If she wants to get into gaming, it will kick butt at gaming too. So we took out the motherboard, and underneath the second layer you got your what slots to put the RAM in. Comes with a DVD, which we don't normally use because we'll get all the information drivers off the website. Oh, this is interesting. I don't think I got this with my motherboard. Semi-passive mode is enabled by default. To configure the settings, go to manually in the UEFI BIOS. So the motherboard has a fan on it, which by default is on semi-passive mode. I may keep it on that mode for her. On my computer, I have it as standard because I leave my computer on 24/7. So, but for her, I think I'll leave it as default for now. That can be adjusted at a later time. Okay, now we got the back I/O shield. We got SATA cables and the manual. The only thing in the manual I usually use is, let's see if I can find it. Yes, this top part, which says onboard headers. So it's your power button, your reset, and LEDs for your hard drive. That is a pain in the butt to do, but that's the only reason I usually use the manual. Everything else I don't, because for me everything else is basic. And then also in here there are 3 small screws. Do not lose these screws. These screws are a pain in the butt. They're for the M.2 slots. So M.2 is a new hard drive. Hang on. The M.2 is for this hard drive. It's an NVMe. So basically a hard drive that fits around the motherboard. So that's what these screws are for. Because you can just have these as hard drives. You don't need all the other storage I got you, but I got you only one of these. So. And so we'll need one of these screws. We need the SATA. And then that can stay in the box. All this other stuff can stay in the box. We don't need it. And we're going to take the motherboard out and we're going to put it on the board, on the box, so we can prep the board. Well, since I'm here, I'm going to put the I/O shield in the back of the case right now. And don't worry, there's like some foam here protecting the motherboard. This cable is getting in my way for me putting the shield in. It just gets pushed in, and of course I got the back on, so there's that. I can't use my other hand. And you just push it in until it snaps. There we go. Pretty sure it's in there. Yeah. I'm going to do some rotation of camera angles so you can see what I'm doing on the motherboard, so bear with me. This might be disoriented for a few people. Okay, we're going to see if I can move that. Hopefully everybody can still see. So I'm looking for plastic pieces so I can rip the plastic off. Okay, there was plastic on the fan. And then, is there any more plastic on this board? I'm going to double check. I think that was the only bits of plastic. So this Just trying to get readjusted. Sorry. So this board has a header for USB 3.0. We got some SATA on the side here. Our M.2 hard drive is going to go on this one. And there is a spot for an M.2 Wi-Fi card that can be purchased at a later time. So this board is capable of doing Wi-Fi. So that's good. So now we're going to install the CPU. And then we're going to install the RAM. And then we're going to install the CPU heatsink. Because it's a big heatsink that would also cover the RAM up. A big box for such a small processor. Huge box for a processor. And then you get some documentation in here, which we don't need. So put that back in the box and move the box away. So right now I'm just trying to see if I can see where the gold dot is on the CPU so I can put the arrow in the right spot. Just trying to do some repositioning. Sorry. So we lift the handle and then we just drop the CPU in. Match the arrow to the arrow on the CPU and it just falls in. And then you just put the arm down and that's it. CPU is installed. Okay, now we're going to put in the RAM. And I'm filling all 4 slots. Okay. Now there's a little groove in the middle of the RAM, so you just match it up to where it goes on the motherboard and then you push it in. Then when you hear a snap on both sides, you know it's in. So these are, each stick is 8 gigs. 4 sticks is 32 gigabytes of RAM. You push one side in, then you push the other, and then once you hear that snap, I guess I should really look at them closely to make sure I don't need to take any plastic off, which I don't. Okay, the RAM's in. RAM and CPU are in. Now we just gotta focus on the cooler. I mean, heatsink. Okay, I'm going to move the motherboard to the side for now so I can focus on the cooler for it. So we got a master air to open up. Just trying to give myself more space to work without worrying about knocking over the motherboard, because that would hurt my feelings. That would really suck. Okay. In this first box, we get the mounting brackets. This is the Intel bracket. Where's the AM4 bracket? Here we go. This is the AM4 bracket. So we don't need the Intel. Ooh. Oh wow. I never had an air cooler that gave you its own screwdriver with that long of a stick. I'm intimidated, I tell ya. Okay, what are these? These are for the fans. This is a fan splitter. Okay, bracket. Screws. Nuts and bolts. Where are the instructions? Because I got a feeling I'm going to need instructions. What the heck is all this crap? Yeah. Warranty info. Here we go. Here are the instructions. I do use this bracket then. This is Intel on it. Huh. Oh, this is going to be fun. So I am going to need all this then. Okay, let's take everything out of the box and then I'll dive into that. If anything, this is probably going to be the longest part, is installing this cooler. Okay, what else do we have in here? So we got a couple fans. And then we got the heat sink. Oh, this is a heavy boy. Oh, there we go. How the heck do I get this out? There we go. Okay, why do I have so many fans? I'm confused. Oh, this has 3 fans. I thought it was just a push-pull. I thought it was just one fan here, one fan in the middle, and that's it. But I got a fan for the back if I wanted. Oh, that is perfect. It's better than what I originally thought. Because, as you can tell, we got a fan in the middle. And then I knew I need one fan to go on the outside. But I can have a fan on both sides. I'm thinking that's what it is. Oh, interesting. That last fan is actually a back case fan. So I didn't need to buy a 120. I did not realize that. So this fan was supposed to be the 120 that goes in the back, but I bought an extra back fan. Interesting. So I do not need to install this fan then. Well, I could save myself $15 and not getting that back fan, but I guess that was my error, but that's okay. Doesn't hurt to have a spare fan, just saying. Okay. So I'm going to put this fan back in its box. Keeping everything together. Okay, sorry about that. I need to take a little break there. Had to move some stuff around and okay. Trying to figure out what I'm going to need. So I am going to need this back piece. Okay, I'm going to sort these screws out and everything, so I have more of an idea of what I'm going to be doing. Those are the AMD ones. I don't think I need these short ones. Yeah, these short ones are for Intel. And then I pretty much need everything else. Okay, those four don't stick to the magnetic plate. Comes with thermal paste, but I'm going to use my own Grizzly thermal paste, so I'm not going to use that. But it's good to have on hand, just in case you need to replace thermal paste at some other time. Okay. I noticed while I was just moving around adjusting the motherboard, my camera went out. So I'm doing a quick test to make sure the stream is live, the camera's back up and functionable, so bear with me for a minute. Okay, it looks like everything's back up and running. So when I noticed that, I saw there are people in the chat. So thank you for anybody who's joining in the chat at the moment for stopping by. Muchly appreciated. If you can hit the like and subscribe would be awesome. I don't stream often. When I got major projects like this, I do. So a quick recap. I am currently building a computer for a family member who is interested in doing Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop, with the potential of expanding into being more of a creator of streaming and recording and video. So I'm trying to go with a higher end computer that you can game on, but it's basically for creation, right? And I'm kind of doing overkill on the parts for the fact of the potential of streaming and recording if she wants to. So that's the whole premise of me building this computer, is for a family member. So I chose a AMD 7 Ryzen 7 1500X 8-core 16-thread. I went with a 32 kit of RAM, 3600 megahertz, I think it is. I picked up a 3070 Ti. So this system should last a good 10 years. By the time the creation side gets to using the full potential of this computer, which should be about 10 years, before she has to do any kind of major upgrades, whether it's graphics or whatnot. Yeah. I don't look at the chat much, so thank you for stopping by. And that's the general where we're at. So far I got the CPU installed, RAM installed, case has its fans in it, and I'm just working on the cooler, which might take me a while, but I'm focusing on the system, not focusing on chat. So yeah, sorry. So this cooler does not require the back plate, the AMD default back plate. So I unattached it and going to reattach it like this, and then just put it in the CPU box so I don't lose it. Now I have to put them in the right holes. This is always the hard part. Man, I hate these brackets. These brackets suck. That's all I got for you. I actually need to sit down for this one. There we go. I got it. I just don't know if I have it in the right hole. Man, that was a pain. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, if anything, this is going to be the thing that takes me the longest. that I might have to redo, because if you don't get them in the right hole, I hope it's in the right hole. Like, everything else should go fast once I got this cooler on. Knock on wood. Dang it, I put in the wrong hole. I put in for... Dang it. But at least I know how to get it on. But can't get it off. Oh, hang on. There we go. Okay. This might go faster now. There we go. I got this. I got this. No, 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 no. Don't touch this. I just hope I'm putting these in the right spots. Because right now I'm just winging it. I'm pretty sure I got in the right spots. There we go. So now I should just be able to put this on the back side, and it should go in its spot. Just like that. See, they popped out in the correct spot, I think. I think so. So, yay. And then, what do I do next? That was the tricky part. One of the tricky parts. Okay, so I only need these ones. I don't need these other ones with doubles. That's for Intel. Okay, hang on. So these ones are for Intel, so I don't need them. So I'm going to put them back in the bag. And these clips are also for the Intel motherboard. Because that piece I put on the back could do Intel and AMD. This is an AMD configuration. I don't need some of these pieces, so back in the bag they go, and hi ho, hi ho. Okay, making progress. So basically these, you just turn on to here, screw those in, like so. Oh, now we're making progress. Okay. Now what's next? Okay, VRAM. So this. Just like that. No. Like that. There we go. Oh, these are all just thumb. Okay. Oh no. That's a screw thing. I was putting them about to put it on backwards. Okay, I'm just going to tighten these with the screwdriver. Mostly everything can be done by just your hands, but I like to give that extra security because this is the cooler for the CPU. Okay. Don't worry, I know the thermal paste is not on yet. I'm well aware, but I'm just doing a test to see where I'm at. Because I kind of want to get positioned before I put the thermal paste on, because I really don't want that thermal paste to spread any more than it has to. Oh, that does look nice. I think I'm ready to put the thermal paste on, actually. And then I just have to put the fan on this side. And I'll show you guys quickly before I do anything more. There is clearance for the RAM, which I didn't know if there would be. Because you just snap this on, right? Something like this, and you can adjust it. So yeah, there's clearance for the RAM, which is nice. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. So now I need to put the thermal paste on the CPU before I finish this off. Okay. So thermal paste I'm using is Thermal Grizzly. This is a newish package I bought that I haven't opened yet, so that's good. I wonder if there's an expiry date on these. I don't think so. What I like with Thermal Grizzly, it gives you a little thing so you can actually spread the thermal paste on. Okay, here we go. I'm pushing it until I see thermal paste come out. Being gentle. See, you got thermal paste coming out. Come on. There we go. Just paint it on. I like painting it on the whole. This is going to be a thin layer, like you don't need much, but I like having the whole thing covered. Like I'm just spreading what I have right now, so like controlling where it ends up. I'm not pushing any more than I originally did. I'm just moving it around. Like, you do not need much for a CPU, but you need a good chunk. And I like to make sure it's fully covered. So I do have a thin layer. So now I'm going to put the cooler on. And I'm only doing a few turns at a time on each side to try and balance it. Well, I think I'm almost there. Because you want to go back and forth. You don't want to do too much on one side. You want even pressure. But you want to make sure you have pressure, right? I don't understand why they give you such a long thing. You really don't need such a long thing. It was intimidating. There we go. That actually wasn't too bad. I thought it would be worse than what it was. Once I sat down and started focusing what I need to do. Okay. Okay. Now we just I'm going to take off this plastic piece on the back. Oh, this is going to be a tight fit for the graphics card. Should be able to do it though. Okay, this fan goes on this side. I should really read the instructions before just going all cowboy, cowgirl, and just doing it. Yeah, it just snaps on. Okay, I want to make sure my cable's down and to the left. Let's have this view. This other side doesn't want to fit in. There we go. Crap. Come on. My cord was in the way. Dang cables. Doesn't seem one to snap in on this side. I'll get it. Don't worry, I'll get it. There we go, got it. Snapped in. There we go. We got push-pull configuration. Air goes through, and then it pulls it through this radiator, so it should keep this CPU nice and cool. Okay, I think I'm... No, I was about to say I think I'm ready to put the motherboard in the case, but no, I want to put the M.2 M.2 hard drive in. Okay, I'm going to clean up some of this mess, and then we'll put the M.2 hard drive in, and then we'll put this in the case. Oh, hang on, I'm almost forgetting stuff. Dang it. I should really plug the fans in. Just getting too excited. And then this just plugs into the CPU socket. Oh, this is gonna be fun for cable management. I got up because I was looking for the motherboard box. I'm like, where's the motherboard box? I'm using the motherboard box because I need the manual, because I want to know what headers are up here. Oh, that was a work. I thought I was going to drop the motherboard just to get this booklet out. Whew. Yeah, that would not have been good. Okay. I'm looking to see what headers are on top of the board for fans, specifically CPU fans. So technically I don't need to use the splitter, because I do have two CPU fan headers up here that I can use. But I have to remember I added extra fans, so I need to make sure I have enough headers for all my fans. So since these are both CPU fans, I'm not going to use a splitter. Or maybe I should, so they're both. Yeah, I really should. Never mind. Because I was going to put one in the CPU 1 and the other in CPU 2, but I want them both at the same speed, so I shouldn't really mess with that. Just trying to organize cables, that's all. Okay. See all these cables? That's going to be so much fun to deal with later. Let's see if I can somewhat twist tie them now. This is just to hold them to the side. So the CPU fans are plugged into the motherboard and the right header. Now I just tied them so they're moved to the side because I'll deal with cable management later. Okay, now we just need the M.2. No, I wanted to tidy up a bit. Okay. Let's tidy up a bit so I can have some space to work. So this is the instructions. This is the base. This is for the cooler. These are all the leftover parts for the cooler. So keep them all in a Ziploc bag and I'll put them back in the box. Okay, we're gonna keep the motherboard. Wow, words. I'm gonna keep the motherboard booklet out. This plastic can go. Here's the hard drive we're putting in. We're making progress. So we're putting in PCIe 4 2.0 4.0 NVMe, the 500 gig. Surprising how small hard drives have gotten and how fast. So where did I put my M.2? There we go. I was looking for my M.2 screw. Okay, I got the screw prepped. So this just slides right in. Come on. There we go. Crap. Come on. There we go. Hard drive's installed. So the only thing left, I think, is the graphics card, which we can't do until this is inside the case. So I'm going to go look for the screws so I can put the screws in the case, and then we'll be right back and we'll put it in the case. So I found the motherboard screws. And yes, I just checked the chat. Yeah, I know I should be using doing it on a test bench and testing it outside the case. But I'm feeling lazy, and if I put it in the case and something doesn't work, it's on me. It just makes more work for me and more of a live stream for you. Yeah, I do have a test bench, but I didn't want to dig it out. And I've done it on the box before, all this prep, so I know that it'll be fine. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, that's my SATA. Okay. Now I think I just need to rotate these few things. I'm also going to be rotating the camera, so bear with me as I change camera angles and whatnot so I can get a full view. It's a dark case, so it's very hard to make sure I got proper lighting so everything can be shown. I guess this is ending up to be a very dark build. I didn't realize, I really wasn't thinking about that when I was speccing these parts out. So I might put the RGB lights on and stuff so we can have some light. Okay, now I just need the screws for the motherboard, then I'm ready to put the motherboard in. Gotta figure out what screws for what. Everything's so dark. Well, I have no idea what that screw's for, actually. Are those are motherboard screws? Hang on a minute. Interesting. I'm just separating screws so I have an idea of what I'm going to go for as I need them. Okay, I think I'm ready to put the motherboard in the case. Got my screws sorted out and ready to go. Getting stuck on something. Maybe I should put these fans in last. And of course I misplaced my screwdriver. Not sure if that will help, but let's give this a go again. Probably couldn't see that good what I did there. I placed the motherboard in the case. Now I have to screw in the screws in certain spots. Man, this is a dark case. I'm trying to light everything up like it's light for me, but it's not light on the stream, so I apologize. I was trying to figure out how I can get more light on the inside. Well, that probably doesn't help much, but it's something. Sorry for the sorry for how dark it is. Dang it. I don't know what happened to that screw. Oh boy. literally, I need to put a screw at the top, but I got these top fans that are in the way, which really sucks. I think I have to remove the top fans. They're just too much in my way for what I need to do. Dang it. I was trying to be proactive and it bit me in the butt. I was originally worried I wouldn't be able to fit in the fan up here, but I can see I would be able to, so. But still, it's such a tight fit up here. Man, these are snug. Especially up top here to get the screws in for the motherboard. With very little. I guess it wouldn't have been that bad if I didn't have such a big cooler that is on me. But I did that on purpose, so. My own fault, I guess, right? I got screw there. I got the two screws up top. There's one there. And the other is there. And then one at the bottom, one at the bottom. And I think I could put one over here. Possibly? I'm not sure. Yeah, there's nothing there. No standoff. I don't think. Oh, I didn't even check to see if there were standoffs elsewhere. Oh, crack. I'm just overthinking if because I was so worried about getting the motherboard in. I didn't bother looking to see if there's standoffs that where I didn't need them. So I have to take out the screws and look underneath the motherboard. I was getting too excited and I ahead myself for stuff. So, and then I realized there's standoffs here. So I want to remove one of these standoffs and put it over here by the board. Because I want two on this side. Since this is a smaller board, it doesn't go all the way out to these out ones. So I'm going to use one of those for over here as a second. So I removed the standoff and I lost it. So yeah. This is just going hunky-dory. How can a standoff just gap and disappear? Like I removed it from right here, and then I kind of like flicked it, and then, oh boy. Well, I'm going to take this one right now, and hopefully I come across that one out later. So this is what I originally did. Took it out. And then I was going to put it over here, where I need it for extra support. Okay, I'm going to put the motherboard back in, screw it in. I put an extra standoff over here so I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 motherboard plugged in into 7 areas. I need it for the extra support. Found it! And I knew it would. I knew it was somewhere. I couldn't have gone far. There we go. That's a standoff I didn't know what happened to it, so perfect. Put it in the corner. It's all good. All the holes are lining up. Okay, got all the screws in. I think I'm ready to tip it up so we can work on the inside now. Okay, so the last thing to put in is the graphics card. No, well, one of the last things. We still gotta put in the power supply. Okay, let's open this graphics card up. take a look and see how big this one is. So what's this pamphlet about? Really? It comes with a bracket? So I didn't need to order one? Well, dang it. Oh, this is just a quick guide. Okay. And then, so I bought one of these because I didn't know if it came with one, and I know it needs it. So I'll install this one and see how it does, and see how the one I bought, and I'll use the one that works the best. But yeah, because these graphic cards are heavy. Oh, look at that. Sweet fans. That is thick. Okay, need two things, so man, this is a big card. Yes, I took all the brackets out because I don't know where I'm going to be putting this brace yet until I got the graphics card in there. So we'll have to wait and see. Now I gotta tip it back and put the graphics card in. I'm all over the place, I'm sorry. I'm just double checking the graphics card to make sure there's no plastic on it, and then I'll insert it. And I saw in chat someone said this system's going to be outdated in 3 years. If you're an enthusiast, it's going to be outdated in less than one once everything else comes out this year and next year. But for a person who hasn't updated in such a long time, this system's going to be good because I recently this isn't for me, my own personal rig. I went from an 1800X 4 years ago and I didn't need to update, but I did. So my 1800X Ryzen 7 with a 2070 Super will last me another 4-5 years, and that way I brought it up to 9 years. So this system should last at least 10 years. But this system isn't for the typical gamer out there. This is for someone who's very casual, that knows a lot of improvement, and by the time it becomes sluggish for her, it's going to be a good 10 to 15 years. We're not talking about your typical gamer or content creator out there. We're talking about someone who is new to the potential of what this computer do, but is an artist who knows how to use Adobe, Illustrator, and Photoshop. So this is plenty for them. Man, this is a tight fit. Not much space, but I got it in there. And it fits, which I'm happy about. Okay, let's flip this around and see how it looks. looking good so far. So this is the default bracket that comes with the MSI graphics card. But I did pick up this other one. I just want to see it compared to this one. It is longer. I think I actually might replace this one with the one I bought. But that's not for right now. Right now I want to finish setting it up and doing a power test, like testing it out. So I'll probably do another stream of doing cable management, switching this out, the little tedious stuff after. Well, I can see the graphics card being outdated in 3 years. For a regular person who games, but for someone who does very mild, like Photoshop, maybe not. And definitely, as long as she doesn't mine crypto on it, she'll be fine. I still got my 1070, and that's what, 4 years old, and it still does fine for what I needed it to do if I wanted to do it in my main PC. But I'm an enthusiast, but this is for a family member who's not as crazy as I am for computers, so I think the 3070 Ti will be plenty for her for a long time. But yeah, like if you were like gaming the newer games and whatnot, yeah, the 3070 Ti in 3 years with how fast games are being produced, yeah, definitely. But this will be fine for her. It's not like there's anything newer out right now. The 40 series isn't out yet. And with the power consumption of the 40 series, I'm holding off for the next gen after the 40 anyways. Okay, now I need to hook it up to power and give it a test boot. So I'm getting there. Okay, let's open this power supply up. So to plug in the PC, and then what cables do we have over here? Okay, this is a CPU, so we need this one, and this is an 8-pin, so we need that. I don't think I need Molex, but I'll keep it out just in case. Well, that comes with 2 Molexes, so I only need 1, if that. And this is another CPU. More cables over there. Okay. The tester. So I do need at least 2 SATAs. Okay, we got the SATAs. Comes with a bunch of SATAs. So yeah, because we have 2 additional hard drives that require SATA, and there's maybe I should keep 2 SATAs out just in case, because there's a Cooler Master controller in the back that requires SATA for power, and then we need 2 8-pin. We need 2 8-pin graphics. So 8 and 8. I know I'm using I'm going to only use one of these, so there's 8 and 8. I know I should use 2 separate cables, but it's okay not to. Oh, I guess I need the, almost forgot about this, the motherboard power. And this is what? This is graphics. And that's more graphics. Okay. And then of course the power supply itself. So I picked up a 850 G plus, 850 watt, and it's a G plus EVGA power supply. Now right now I'm not worried about getting the power supply fully installed. I just want to plug it in and make sure everything boots now. That's to the point where we're at in the stream. I'll do cable management and install it properly once I know all the components work. So right now I just need the motherboard cable, the graphics card cable, and the CPU cable. Because right now there's no SATA plugged in, and no fans plugged in besides the CPU fan. Okay. Let's move all this other stuff out of the way. Actually, I need to take a quick break. So I'm going to change my screen. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just had to go do a few things. Okay. Oh, this is going to be interesting. How do I get in there? There we go. Okay. That one goes there. CPU. Oh, this CPU one's short. Dang. Or maybe not. I'm just not used to short cables. And then let's do that one there for now. Okay, this is for the graphics. Oh, that isn't fitting in nicely. There we go. One in. I have such a big hand. Oh, this is a toughie to get this cable in. Maybe if I do it through this hole. Such a tight squeeze up in here. It's such a big cooler. Almost like you gotta pre-bend them in the space. There, got it. Okay, that was hard to get. Okay, CPU's plugged in. Graphics card's plugged in. Okay, I just need the fan. I mean, not the fan, the motherboard. And then fans and the power switch. Okay, motherboard's plugged in. Dang it, I really should have added a SATA so I can test the fans out. We're getting there. we're getting there. I just need to figure out where the power switch is, and then we're ready to test it out. I never have these connectors memorized. Okay, right now I can't plug in the back fan because this heatsink is too big. I can't get my hand back there. But right now I'm not overly concerned about that because since this is quite easy to take off, I think when I do cable management, I'll take this off, do all my cable management, and then put it back on because this is quite easy to take on and off. So to test it to make sure everything runs, I don't need this back fan on right now. I do have these fans plugged into their header, so we should be able to keep the CPU cool. And we have the CPU plugged in, we have the motherboard plugged in, we have these side fans plugged in. Yeah, we got the side fans plugged in. I took out the top fans, I'll do those later. So we have the NVMe on the motherboard, we got the graphics card here. Motherboard's plugged in, CPU's plugged in, graphics card's plugged in. I think we have everything plugged in that needs to make sure all these components work. I'm just going to go grab a monitor and a keyboard, and then we're ready to boot this up to make sure it works. So I'm going to do some rearranging in a moment. So if the camera angle changes, like always, I'm sorry. I think we're ready to give it a test boot. That noise was fine. I just had something too close to the... And I have no idea if we booted. Damn it. There we go. We got boot. We have boot, ladies and gentlemen. We have boot. Yeah, that noise at the beginning, I had my cables too close to the fan, so it was like making a bunch of noise. So let's Alt Control Delete, and let's go into BIOS. We have our CPU. We have our... Can you all see this? We have our CPU booted up. We have our RAM being detected. This stuff we'll deal with later, because I put XMP on and stuff like that. Our fans light up. Fans going. What are our temps? Temps going. Boot drive is there. So far, everything's working. I got fully booted. So it is sort of put together. I think for this stream though, that's it. I'm going to tidy stuff up and move it to the side, and tomorrow night or the next few nights, I'm going to do cable management. I do think I need to take the cooler off so I can do cable management and plug this fan in and whatnot. And I do want to test out the bracket I bought compared to this one, because this one, ow, oh, yeah, this one I don't like. And yes, the fans are spinning, and I cut my finger. Yeah, but that's because this one's wriggly. But I don't know what the other bracket's like. But I do know it's longer, so I can give it the extra support that I'm wanting to give this card. So, but I think that's it for this stream. I'm going to stream. So there's going to be a part 2 of dealing with cables, and then there's going to be a part 3 of going through the BIOS here and setting it up proper. Like, I know I want undervolted. I know I want to turn on XMP for the RAM because it's 36 megahertz. So I do want to do that. I do want to install Windows, but for this I want to get everything in the case, booted and running, make sure everything works and everything seems like it's registering. We got our RAM, we got our CPU, and then like I said, over here we do have our storage popping up. So there's no red flags, the system works. So yeah. So if there's anybody in the chat, thank you for stopping by. Sorry I wasn't very conversational, but I was focused on this. My next stream I probably won't be conversational either, as I'll be focusing on cable management and whatnot. But yeah, thank you for watching. Hit that like, subscribe, hoping to do more content sometime soon, and have a good night.